Turn around, bright eyes. Every now and then I pop a fart. Run away from the zeitgeist. Every now and then I fall entrapment. Away from the zeitgeist. Every now and then I fall apart. Welcome to VU FPV's chat room. Chat room. Room chat. Chat room. Hey, look, it's Wednesday. I'm not supposed to be streaming today. I was supposed to stream yesterday. But unfortunately, it took a long time for me to get my paint. My paint is here, so I'm going to prep this body right here. I need to get this off my desk and put it on the floor. And it's, it's going to be difficult. And it being difficult will be entertaining. That's the whole point. You guys, I was going to start this stream like 20 minutes ago, and I started watching YouTube shorts. I don't know about you guys, but it's a fucking problem. Like, it's a fucking problem. Looks like my camera is off a little bit. Let's see, is the roof uneven there? A little bit. Who cares? All right, it's good enough. My camera's a little wackadoodle. That's mid. Hey, look, 3 people have joined. How you guys doing? It's 5th scale and 8th scale body prep time. That's what it is. We're doing body stuff. I ordered if I do, I will. Oh my God. All right, let's start with the entertaining failures here. Get this guy. Oh, by the way, I installed, this is a W5, right? So this is the off-road short course truck. And I put the rally front thing on it. I got some new wheels. They're probably not going to go on here. But I put the rally front bumper on and the rear bumper. I'm going to keep this part on because it protects the back of the body. I took the little mud flaps off, but it's all good. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I fitted the body. I cut the wheel wells. Did I? You guys want to see the fitment? Do I want to see? I'll show you the fitment. You know what? I'll do that later. Let's clean the goddamn body out. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yep. That's because I'm so organized. So organized. It's like uncanny amounts of organization. Put the top of my thing came off. You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna start doing this, and my wife's gonna come home like immediately. She'll be here toot sweet, and quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because Flavor's vision is not blurry. I had paper towels, you guys. I did. But apparently, having paper towels is for closers. So we'll get another roll. Turn around, bright eyes. 5 viewers. Jeez, maybe I should stream every Wednesday, huh? This is pretty good for the first 2-3 minutes of the stream. So what I'm going to start with is I'm just going to, oh, down to 2. I lost our 3. See, talked all that shit. Talked all that triggity trash. Viewers are leaving you like your first name was Titnick. Now, what's bound to happen here is that I'm going to end up with a bunch of dust in here, and part of me does not care, you know? But the part of me that's showing you this video is saying to me, you, us, that I should blow out the inside of the body and turn off my notifications, which requires a blower. I usually have 6 or 7 blowers up here, but now there are none. All right. This is the Lamont Steps Off Camera Show. Thanks for joining. Thanks for popping in. Headphone users, hold your ears. You know, when I first bought this thing, it was so much better than it is now. 24-month active warranty. Yeah, I'm sure that's real. I use 12909 Spastics orange paint. Hopefully, we can get through this entire body with just one can. So, because I got bodies. I got bodies that need needed to work. Just spray a little Windex in there. Some people use alcohol, some people use soap or water, some people do this, some people do that. I use Windex, mostly because it's the quicker picker-upper. No, it's because it seems to avoid, like, not avoid, but what am I trying to say? When I use Windex and I take a body outside to paint it, if it's cooler in my house, because, you know, air conditioning. And when I take it outside and I'm not using Windex, the body will condense, like, you know, where my fingerprints are. You get steam on the other side of the thing, and that's never good. But when I use Windex, it usually doesn't do that. It's ammonia based instead of alcohol based, you know. I can live with that. Can you live with that? I can live with that. There you go. We've wiped out the entire inside of the body. Now, a few things need to happen because Grapheel makes you pay hundreds of dollars for this thing, but they don't give you any window thingies. Which is, it is what it is. I mean, really, how hard is it even to cut out fucking windows? It's not hard. It's not hard. Did it on my Cricut machine. Come on now. Cricut machine? Cricut something. Anyways, so the plan is to run the windows over like this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the windows like from the corner to about right here, like right at the end of where the door panel would be, and it's going to be solid from there. So I just got to make one that goes from here to here on both sides, and then the windshield, which isn't that big of a deal because I am going to cut this out. which saddens me slightly because I'm going to lose a little structural rigidity. But so be it. What they do give you are these outline stickers for the windows, which I could probably use. These right here. And what you're supposed to do is put them on the outside, the inside. I'm not really sure how this is supposed to work, but I think I'm going to try to use them. All right, so if I'm on the other side of this, it's going to be this one. I think these are more for the edge of like a window, doing it look like a window, but they don't touch. So God only knows, you know? I don't know. I don't know. We do what we must. In RC, we thrust. So we do what we must. What's that? What the? Oop. Okay. There we go. And set them up well, right there. Twisty the thing. Sounds up. Now you guys can see how dirty the rest of my desk is. It's great. It's wonderful. All right. So apparently, how this is good. Jibby. No. Jibby. Jibby. So hopefully, if I do this, I have to use less tape, and there's less cutting. What in God's green earth, man? What's the deal here? What's the score here? What comes next? This is going to be a pain in the ass. That's what this is going to be. Nah, I think this is a waste of what the kids call time. Oh yeah, that's stupid. That's real stupid. He is stupid, but he knows that he is stupid, and that almost makes him smart. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. All right, we're not going to do that. That's stupid. This thing, completely fucking useless. All right. And do this the old school way. Just put a bunch of tape on it and cut out the shape you want. And the door right there. Oh yes. Yes. No. Anybody know what that's from? The original Tron. Find the original Tron. I was listening to the soundtrack today. That's right. You fucking nerd. I was listening to the Tron soundtrack. Let's see if we get the top down, so this is somewhat interesting. Hey, what up, Nitro? I have two of them. I have two crockett machines. I have a purple one, like the new version. I have the old version. But the, yeah, I mean, I could just do a crockett thing, but that means I have to go sit down, measure out the thing, freaking, and all this hoopla. I'm just going to put tape on and cut it and be done with it. But the crockett machine is dope. It is dope. I love that thing. I mean, and if we could do it, the body creators can do it, okay? I'm doing most of this out of pure spite. that I have to do it at all, you know? I got way too fancy with the other side nitro. Yeah, that it's really good for that kind of stuff, like pre-made or things. Like I bought the first Crockett machine, like the smaller white one, and I'm a graphic designer, so I have Illustrator, Adobe Illustrator, and you used to be able to take any graphic, take it and put it in Illustrator, vectorize it. You still can do it, and then there was this little plugin that will allow you to save the file so that you could use it in the Cricut machine. I had a freaking field day with that shit. Hot field day. That's interesting. That one. Nope. That is so weird. I'm trying to fix my my vertical view. Not that I'm using it, but you know. Hey, what's up, Matt? Yeah, I was gonna. Is it up here? It's not up here. I have my little FPV infraction. I was gonna make a GTR logo to do a paint mask over, so I can like put the GTR logo on the car in like a darker orange. I had big plans. Big plans. Did it pan out? No, it did not pan out. All right. I'm going to go with the basic window shape here. All right. That's another thing I like about fifth scale. is the box cutter. Not an X-Acto knife, a box cutter. All right. Let's take a look at that from the side. It's a little big, huh? A little high up in the roof. Cut that down a little bit. Let's cut it down a little bit. It's too close to the top of the car. This is one continuous line, Mont. Use your design mind. Yeah, the software, the old software that was standalone. I don't know what sublimation means. Is that sublimation? Is that like is that when you print color to a stick? I used to make like window transfer stickers, you know, like that's what I used to make. As a matter of fact, I might have one of these drawers. Oops, shares bugged out. All right, never mind. Thought I had a old Run DMV sticker. All right, let's check that out. That looks okay, right? Look at that. Yeah, legit. I remember to come a little bit further forward here. This is too far back. Put it like right there. Onto a vinyl sticker paper. Huh. Okay. I made basically window like transfer stickers, and I made t-shirt graphics, you know, because you can get iron-on transfer stuff for the shirt, and you know, get the cutter to make the cutter and put it on the shirt. And I have like a t-shirt press and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, let's see here. A little too fast. Better to cut larger and then reduce to the size that you need, than to cut off too much and have to start all over again. That's the logic I'm following anyways. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, that's wonderful. Do you have to cut the body up when you order clear? Yes, you do. You do have to cut the body up. In most cases. In some cases, you don't. Like I know that if you bought, say, a body for an infraction by Arma, you don't have to cut that body. The body comes pre-cut. Traxxas does the same thing. So you can buy bodies that are pre-cut and even have the holes already in them. Like if you buy your body from the company that makes the car. Those are usually more expensive. I do not know why, but they are usually more expensive. A lot of times they come pre-painted, which is, you know, I don't know if that's desirable to you or not, but I don't find it very desirable. And you know what I am making marks in this body, and I'm not happy about that. Probably because I'm using a box cutter. Stop using a box cutter, dumbass. No, well, sometimes they do. Arma, yes. Arma probably does, because Arma makes, you know, they they're a big enough company that they can get licensed bodies. Here, let me show you. Let me show you something. Like this right here is a Max Slash body, made by Traxxas, and I didn't want to pull it out of the bag, but I'll pull it out of the bag. I'll do it. I'll freaking do it. Just for you. I do it for you, my friend. My friend, I do it for you. My friend, I do it for you. As you can see, it has the holes cut in it already. Oh. This one comes with window stickers because Traxxas pre-cut window stickers, which is always fantastic. And they use masking tape as the thing. It's the best. It's simply the best. You got your regular Traxxas sticker sheet. The only sticker I ever really use is this one. It goes on the back because I run my windows clear. But yeah. So here, let me top down you. I don't know if you can see that because it's not easy to see, but as you can see here, the holes are already in it. And the wheel wells are already cut because. Yeah. So I mean, whatever. If you buy a car from one of the larger companies, Armored, Traxxas, Losi, they usually have the body that comes on that car unpainted, and you can buy it unpainted like this, and it usually has all the holes and stuff that you need already put in it. The wheel wells are already cut, and you can paint it whatever color you like. I do that a lot with Traxxas cars because I am not a huge fan of that, like, I don't know, that super jaggy edge design with the 3 different colors and the silver and the bright yellow and the. I feel like I'm driving Guy Fieri's car. Guy Fieri? Guy Fieri. What's that guy's name? Fucking that guy. And for a long time in the racing scene, well, I wouldn't say all of the racing scene, all of the American racing scene, that's been like a thing, For the most part, yes. I only paint my cars. I don't it's not anything fancy by any means. But I have a certain color that I like, and I use that color all the time. The only problem is now, the place I used to get my paint, I used to go to Hobby Works in Rockville, and they are closed. So now I have to order my paint on the internet. That does not look as good as that side. But it doesn't look bad. So there's one side over there. And here's the other side. Is it the most even thing in the world? No, it's not. But do I care? No, I do not. Let's talk about 5th dimensional beings. 4th dimensional beings, if you don't count time as a dimension. I think it would be safe to count time as a dimension. I think that our concept of what time is not right, but it is a factor in the way that we operate on this plane. going back to fifth dimensional things, imagine, you know how, all right, so you're looking at this body, right? You can't see both windows at the same time, even when it's facing this way, right? If you were a higher dimensional being, you would be able to see all sides at once. Think of that. I only say that because conceptually in my head for a long time, I had thought like the fourth dimension, say you had a sphere, the fifth dimension. Oh, well, there you go, Matt. LSD will help you see all sides. If you imagine it's like looking at a sphere, right? And being able to see all sides of the sphere at the same time. Because there's an extra dimension to the sphere. It doesn't end on the other side. And if you move that concept out into the universe, that's why all the heavenly bodies are spheres, right? All the heavenly bodies are spheres because we can only see in 3 dimensions, and time does not, it doesn't behave the same in the higher dimensions. That's why we miscalculate it. Anyways, there you go. It's enough fucking armchair stupidity. Armchair stupidity. All right, I think I see a difference. Like this, I got to cut this part out a little bit more on the front. And I think it'll be closer to making both sides look right. Yeah. Ugh. You ever start cutting and realize you're inches away from short bus material? Look at that cut, man. It is so, oh, because I didn't go high enough on this one. All right, you know what? I think we're just going to live with it, is what we're going to do. Because I don't feel like putting on another. Yeah, okay. We are going to cut it. We're going to cut it. We're going to cut it. It's a manicotti variety. The fifth dimension is the wiggle dimension. I'm going to do so much stuff today, you guys. So much. Because on top of getting my paint, these things came in. Guys, what's this? Nova engines. You know what that is? Those are the proper pipes for my GT car. Excuse me. I figured out that I have truggy pipes on both my cars, and not truggy pipes or truggy motors. I have GT motors, and I got myself some Nova GT pipes. And now, does it require on a different side, different back end? Possibly, but you know. We'll leave that for future generations. All right, so we got that done. Take a little gander at that. Get that side done. That side done. Now we got to do the front window shield thing, and I think that's it. Then we're gonna run a couple of stripes. I think I'm gonna go like from here across across here or something. I don't know. I could go across some what's that called? Yeet. What's up, Yeet? What is that called? Asymmetrical. That's what I'm talking. That's the word. Goes with asymmetrical stripes. One white one and one dark blue one. Because that's, you know, a thing that I've done before, like this right here. I don't know if I have that color anymore, but like this white and this blue, pearl white and metallic blue, silver blue here. Okay, you guys can't even see me. Whoop. Yes, the hard part. So this is going to be the paint scheme with the pearl white, metallic navy, and the orange with the gold shindigs in it. Yeah, that's what we're going for. The thing is, though, I'm gonna end up cutting the front window out here because I need to put an FPV camera in here, and I tell you what sucks. What sucks is trying to look through a like funhouse mirror while you're driving a car FPV. That sucks. So I'm gonna have to cut this open anyways. So I may just not cover it because I have to cut it anyways. It is fun. It is fun. I saw a couple of guys online. I think they were in Canada, but they had this thing called E-Mini FPV driving, and it looks like they go to a go-kart track. So I'm going to look around to find a local go-kart track. I was hoping to find one that's got like, you know, the ramp that goes up and like has upper decks and stuff. That'd be really cool. But I don't think there's one of those in Maryland. I think most of them are just a track on the ground. So we could probably race in there like all winter. So yeah, should be dope. Okay. So should I cover the front window or what? Should I mask it? I know if I mask it, I don't have to paint it, and I do need to save paint. But it seems like a waste. Mask it. All right. Mask it we shall. Just in case, right? Just in case I decide, oh my, this is that super nice, super clear Lexan. 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 A little bit wider. Just a little bit wider. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That with a bend, that is not straight, is it? That's too high. Down just a little bit. Rich rebuilds on an RC budget. Yeah, you know, I wish I would have had an RC budget. What I've got now is RC debt. I need to, well, it's not that bad now, but I got to sell some stuff, though. I sold my drag racing setup. Guys out in Virginia that race at Adrenaline in the parking lot. The Hardisons. Good folks. Good, nice, clean folk out there, them Hardisons. I like those folks. Hey. All right. So we got a clean ridge here. Let's go in. We're going in with the knife. That did not happen the way I wanted it to, but close enough. Close enough, Shia LaBeouf. Okay, this guy. Some of these wrappers are very soft. There you go. Windshield-o-rama. For your mama. So we gotta look at it. You see how this side looks like a little higher. So we're gonna try to straighten that out. Freaking eyeball it. Reckless eyeballing. Let's see, how does that look? Looks good. We're gonna call that done. There's a little bit of a bump right there, but nothing a razor blade can't scratch out later. All right. So we're all masked up. You're all wet. T-shirt contest. Yes. So that's why you put the blue masks on, because you paint on this side of the body, not on the outer side. You paint this side on the inside because the Lexan has a protector on the outside. This white stuff right here, you can see it peeling off. And the Lexan will give you the gloss finish that you're looking for. You don't have to worry about, polishing and stuff like that. So what will happen is after I paint the body, I'll peel these off and they'll be clear like windows. Now, here's the part that I'm not so sure about. Because I kind of want to put a racing stripe on it. At the same time, I kind of don't. I have gotten so fancy with way too many bodies, and it never comes out right. But if I could do like a stripe that goes like that across, like basically like this, and then another stripe, 2 stripes. Maybe I go from here. It's just a pain in the butt. I'm not going to do it. How's about that? I'm not going to do it. I was gonna, but I'm not gonna. This is my this is going to be my off-road FPV car, so we're not gonna make it too fancy. I'll put stickers on it to make it look like the car's car or something like that. So that's pretty much it, I guess. We put the stickers on. Now we're gonna go. Well, we're not gonna do that today, but I'm gonna do it later tonight. I have what is it? Red to gold color change. I'm gonna put on the inside here. You do 3 coats. Yeah. So I'm gonna get the red to gold color change, paint the inside of this with it. I think I have 3 cans left. Hopefully I can get 3 good coats on this and have enough for the other body. The other body is, well, boom, all taped up. We're all taped up and ready to go. Like this body right here. This is the W5 body, and I put these 2 stripes on it, and if you can tell, they're not like they move, like this side's high and move toward the middle and the front, and I wanted to go straight, and it did. It's so much, it's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt, and the color I have, it's a subtle color, and I like it. All right, so we're gonna window up this one. This is my Efra body. This is also a Delta Plastics body, I think. Is it? I think it is. Yes. Yeah. This is a 2 millimeter thick. It says it right there on the sticker. 2 millimeter thick body. Now, I wasted one of them on this guy, which I'm probably going to end up selling. Look how fucking ballooned up those batteries are. It's terrible. Just terrible. I don't know what I did with the body. Oh, there it is. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. You see the body? Swipe or stop swiping. No, the bodies from Delta are not pre-cut. This is how most of them come. And you need to. Here, let me show you. Let me show you something. Here it is. This is the same body, painted and cut. You're going to have to line some stuff up. This one in particular, I didn't go high enough. Here, let me show you. Get the top down here. Like this little piece right here, like sticks up off the thing. I kind of hate it. And it's because I didn't make the wheel well high enough. I didn't cut the body down low enough. I'm going to try not to make that mistake with this one, but that's just the cookie and the way that it crumbles, I guess. What's the story of the orange color? I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's orange, red, and gold. If you ever seen Herc's car on Hoonigan, I think he's got his nappy something designs right now. You can't really see it, but in the sunlight you could see it. Like basically when the sun shines on it, like all these refractions, it all turns gold. And it's really cool. And basically I'm not good at painting. I'm not good. I'm good enough for putting Windows stickers on, and I wanted something that looked cool but didn't take a ton of effort. So I went with this orange with the gold. So this is Spastics. I think it's this is the can. solid orange. And yeah, similar to candy paint. But the candy paint is the opposite way. The opposite way meaning you put the color on first, is a translucent color, and then you put silver flake underneath. Oh, crap. Oof. That's not good. Remember when I said I had enough paint for this? I don't think I have enough paint for this. This is Spastics gold to red. The gold there in the color. And the red you can't see much. It just makes the orange darker in the spots where the sun isn't shining. But yeah, I use that. The problem is I thought I had a full can of this and a half can, but it looks like I got a quarter can and a half can, and that's not good. Yeah. Airbrush, I don't have one. I don't have an airbrush. Two, I don't have an airbrush. And it's easier to deal with. Like, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that the airbrush paint costs just as much as a can of this costs, and it requires a machine. And I'm a graffiti writer. I like this. This is my format. I like this format. So yeah. Let's put the window stickers on this guy. Let's not lose these window stickers with the Traxxas car. Oh, it's a micro box. What did I do with the window stickers right there? Now, most cars, when you buy them, they come with a window sticker sheet, or like a pre-cut sheet. Looks like. How many videos? Yeah, if you go to go to the channel and you look up playlists, and if you look, I think it's like BUFP quads, I got them or something like that, and that's in my whole quadcopter playlist where I fly quads and stuff. So usually you get a set of stickers. Usually you get a set of pre-cut stickers like this for your windows. And yeah, that's how it usually works. But sometimes you don't. Like that is the other body. The huge one is a Grapheel body. I think both Delta Plastics and Grapheel are from Italy, but Delta Plastics has a U.S. Supply line, so they don't have to pay them tariffs. Just a quick note. One moment, please. Yes, darling. Okay. What? Are you streaming? Yes, I'm streaming. All right, well, I'm going for ice cream, so what time do you want me to bring you? Oh, are you going to Sarah's, or you're going to anything that has like coffee, whatever in it, you know what I mean? Coffee or chocolate, you know what I mean? Coffee or chocolate? Yeah. Or those two things together. All right. Thank you. Bye. Okay. So you sit the body on the car. Yes. Let me show you that part. This one, I still need to cut the wheel wells out of. So I suppose I can show you how to do that. This is my new Capricorn. Look at it. Just look at it. The only problem I have is I think he's running the same hardness tires on both the front and the rear, which is, I guess, okay, but usually, you run a harder tire up front and a softer tire in the rear. These feel like they might just be hard, which is cool because I could put them both in the front and I can run my GRPs in the rear. Overview, zang. So yeah, this is my my new Capricorn. I think it's called the GT2 or something like that. Really good car. Really like it. I haven't even driven it yet. I really need to see if there's a receiver in here. And if there is, what kind it is. He's got this ESC that I've never seen before. This is an LRP 8-scale ESC, which is it's wild and crazy. It's wild and crazy. So I'm going to keep this Reds motor that's in here. It's like a Reds 2100 kV, if you can see that. The motor's great. It looks really good. But I'm going to swap out this ESC. I think I might have another XR8 somewhere. Big fan of the Hobby Wing ESCs. All right, so let's peel this off real quick. And it slides back in here. He's running Deans, which is, it's just crazy. It's crazy. Deans. It's insane. Can't use Deans. Madman. But anyways, yeah, he's running Deans, which is crazy. I'm going to swap that out for some 5mm bullets. I think these are actually pinned in with 4mm bullets. Yeah, they are. 4mm bullets on a Deans. Crazy. Crazy. It's insane. This goes in this way. But for the time being, we'll just let it sit in there. Who cares? What cares? What cares? It may be the greatest ESC ever. I never know. You never know. I didn't freaking know the LRP was like still making electronics. That's just crazy. It doesn't look old. It's the iX8, the LRP iX8 version 2. And it looks like to be in pretty good shape. He is running a spool in the middle, which could go either way, but you know, it's fine. I usually run a diff in the middle that's got like like a 1 million in it. Just in case the car is like, you know, in a situation where it has the diff out. Like say I lost control of the car and it hit something and the wheels are spinning. Hopefully one is up, these are down, and it will spin out to the front tires. Excuse me, I get hiccups. Anyways, Capricorn car, pretty cool. Nothing wrong with it. So the body, you have to put the body on. This is I've already cut the holes, but you put the body on like so, and then you would mark where the post is, and you cut those holes, making sure that when you measured it from the side, you make sure that your wheels are within range of the front hole. The rear hole really doesn't matter too much. Like this car is running a bit wide or long. So when I cut these rears, it's going to be way back here, which sucks because this thing will be on there, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, so you line up your front wheel. So there's a little mark usually right there. That's the mark that this is supposed to line up with your, see if I can get that on camera. It's a little dimple. Yeah, see a little dimple right there. You line that up as best you can with the middle. Yeah. And then I do need to make this lower. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like I just don't care. Yeah. So I'm going to have to do something. It looks like I can pretty much cut the front out normal. The rear. I have this thing that my friend gave me, Mark. What do I do with it? Only because I want to find it, that I can't find it. I just used it the other day to cut wheel wells, and now it is mysteriously gone. Well, anyways, you can get this thing. You can 3D print it. There it is. This thing right here. Basically, how this works is you. Here, let me go back to main cam. So this goes under the thing on the wheel, like that. All right. And then you put the body in between that and the wheel well. And now you can trace this onto the body, and your wheels will be, your wheel arch will be straight. It looks like I'm going to have to drop this body a little bit. It looks like it's okay on the back, but I have to drop the front. Because really, the safest thing to do is drop the whole thing down onto the ground. And then basically cut up as you need. But yeah, this little thing, you then like outline the outside of this and cut the wheel well. But it looks like I need to drop the front. Front body posts. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. What's that called? This? It's a. I'm assuming I didn't make this. I got this from Mark. I know this to be printed. I'm assuming it is an 8-scale GT wheel well trace, or wheel well. What is that called when you make something? Yeah, 1/8 scale GT wheel well tracer, something like that. I'm sure it's on Thingiverse. Or maybe he just designed it. And if you can't find it, let me know. I'll make one. And I'll put it on my page. But it's pretty groovy. You know, that's really like, I made something similar to this for my mini Z's as well. To trace the wheel wells. Anyway. But there's a couple of things. There's a guy I watch on the internet. Funny guy. There is no, he's got toe in the front of this car. And I started to wonder if that is because he's got a lot of rear toe in. Let's see, it was like, I don't know, 2 degrees of toe in the rear, 2.5 maybe, and say about the 2.5 degrees of camber in the rear. And the front, he's got maybe 1 degree of camber in the front and like negative toe in the front. Like the 2 wheels seem to be pointing inward. You guys can see that. Like, yeah, there's like toe in the front. And I don't know if that's like a thing. I usually, like, I race buggies and stuff like that, and you would never do that. I don't think, anyways. And in the front, it's always you're either dead straight or you're towing out. But it's something to take a look at, you know. Anyhow, while we're sitting here, and before I start cutting wheel wells, I'm going to add like 1 degree of toe out in the front. Just eyeball it, because I know for a fact that if anything, I'm going to go dead straight or like 1.5 to 2 degrees of toe out in the front. And you don't want to cut your body with the wrong toe, because the toe in moves the wheel slightly forward and your wheel well won't match. Fun times to be had by all. Now I have to locate a toe wrench. Always looking for something. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of the years. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody is looking for something. I don't know what I did with my toe wrenches. Toe mater. That is not it. No, this is an 8. I think it's like a 5. Yeah. I think it might be. I thought it was already up here. I just adjusted toe on something the other day. Not quite. Is that marked? That's 6. Yeah, it's definitely a 5mm. This is a Losi 5T wrench. And I had 2 other ones. I did. Oh, I did. Oh, there it is. Come on. Yep, there it is. All right. I have this other Losi one. This is a 3.5 to 5 on the front and a 4 on the other side. So there you go. All right. This is the front. That's the rear. What's cool about this car, and the Capricorn cars in general, is they have better. It's just better, easier adjustability. In the rear, you usually don't have a bar here, and your toe is created by inserts in the what do they call the A, B, C, and D blocks. This car has its arms run on balls, if you can see that right there. The arms run on a ball, right? On the front and the rear. And they run on balls in the bottom as well. Not as easier to see, but they run on balls in the bottom. So there are no A, B, and C, D blocks. So they run this piece here, so you can adjust your rear toe. Just like you would on your front, right? You got your steering turnbuckles. He is running really far forward in the. I wonder if, I feel like I shouldn't change it. Like I want to try it, but there's a couple things that lead me to believe that it may not be the greatest setup. One being, I've never run toe in on anything ever in a race situation. And like this servo, for instance, this is a Savox. That is an old servo. Like, and I do not think it's made for 1/8 scale. It's made for 1/10. I don't know if it's going to be strong enough. And I feel like it is not in there right. Yeah, because all right, that's another thing. I think I might have to swap this whole thing out. Because if you look here, this servo, I don't know, there's not enough light for that, but let's go to left cam. It's a little bit brighter over there. If you see, let's see, the silver arm right here. You see this the angle that this turnbuckle's at right here? It really needs to be at a straight angle, because at this angle, like as you get closer to the end towards the inside, the movement is not even. Like you get a lot of wheel turn from not a lot of actual servo movement. And up here is faster than when you're pulling it. You're also pulling this at a straight angle, which is just bizarre. So we're going to have to switch that. I don't know how to fix that. I mean, I'll ask my buddy Russ about his and see if his is like that. I would just assume that you run a shorter servo horn, like a short one, like half this size, and this piece would go into here. It'd be more of a straight transition from this piece to this piece. But even then, let's say I were to get half size of the servo horn, this angle is still wrong. Like, all right, to go from center to what, left? From center to left is full lock like that. That's like a tenth of the turn. But to go to full left or full right, it's like a quarter turn on the servo horn, which means the steering is going to be all over the place, because you'll be turning, and depending on the angle of the servo horn, the speed of the steering is going to change. So I'm trying to think if there's like if I took this and I flipped it the other way. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think the servo's in backwards. The servo's supposed to be, the horn is supposed to go all the way back to here. Yep. I see it now. It's all so clear to me now. So basically, let's go to right cam. There we go, left cam. It's easier to, yeah. Basically, that servo is in upside down. Where's the camera? That servo's in upside down, or backwards, or whatever. This servo, this part is supposed to be on this side, and then it makes sense that this is so much longer. What up, Wraith? I'm gonna do a quick scour on the interwebs to find me a servo, which I don't think I have any. Is there anything I'm gonna tear down that has a servo in it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Actually, I have a Truggy that's got a high-tech in it. It's one of the high-tech waterproofs, but I think it's a 6-volt servo. Everything I run is 8.4 volts, so it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. Okay, guys, it's just not going to work. So, quick scan on the interwebs, and let's see, 1/8 scale servo. Speed. Looking for that high speed. Ooh, the AGF 55. It's $85. It's 0.110 seconds. It's not that fast. Yes, I know, Wraith, but I didn't need servos at the time. And I'm not paying $80. I'm going on Amazon, making one of them $20 servos. And truth be told, I probably should just pull a servo out of something else. You know, I got plenty of things that are not on display and or drivable right now that I can pull a servo out of. Like this guy. Nope, that servo's trash. That servo is trash. Yeah, I'm about to buy an Amazon servo. 45 kg for $25. You just got to find one that's fast enough. That's the only thing that's hard to do. Because here's like a GoTech 55 coreless digital servo, high voltage. It's $45. It used to be like $25, but tariffs. It does not tell me how fast it is. That's the problem. Because we're looking for, oh my God. Oh my God. It says 0.08 seconds. Jeez, that's quick. Is it really that fast? Probably not. But at 8.4 volts, which is probably something you can't do with that LRP freaking, which gives me another reason to change out the ESC with something else. Like I'm going to take the ESC out of here, put this LRP in here. What is the KV on this? Maybe I'll end up just taking this whole electronic system out of this car. This is the old XR8, the V1. This is a... Where are the KVs? I needed to know the KVs. Yeah, this is a 2800 kV. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this system out of here and put it in there. Because this is a Reds 21. Granted, Reds is a good brand. 2100 kV is not enough of the KVs. It looks like it's probably a buggy motor. God knows if it already burned out. I don't know. It seems pretty good though. I don't know. Do I need 2800 kV? Do I? Let's talk about it. I do know that this 2800 kV motor is hungry. And as you can see with my battery, I'm breaking this thing. It annihilates batteries. Like, look how puffed that thing is. It's a puff daddy is what it is. It's a very puff. Go top down. Look how puffy that thing is. Freaking ice cream sandwich. Right there look like ice cream sandwich. Super puffed out. Completely useless now. Yeah. So, with that being said, I think if I can find the programmer for this LRP thing, maybe I'll keep it. It probably has a beep programmer on it. It's got 2 lights. Yeah, it's got a set and a mode button on it. So I'll look it up. We'll see. I mean, if this is like at least 150 amp, I might keep it in there. But if not, I'm gonna pull the stuff out of that car, put it in this one. Except for the 2800 kV, it gets really hot. Like, there's a lot of times I don't even make it to the end of the race. I'm either gonna blow the batteries out or the motor's gonna overheat. And with the lower kV motor, I can gear up a little higher to get that little extra bit of speed, and I don't have to worry about the motor overheating. I am going to change out this god awful thing for this god awful thing. Yeah, perfect. So we will be swapping out this fan for this one. Oh god, this one is like a servo one. It's really nice. I like this a lot. I put these on my fifth scales. Yeah, so I'm doing that too. I guess I'm swapping out the ESC. I gotta get bullets or some crap. But yes, we're gonna buy this coreless 55 kg. I think I have one of these Gotex in another one of my cars. They're not bad. They used to be so much cheaper though. It's fucking upsetting. Yeah, this is the 181. This is the one I want. The other one was a 270. 25 tooth spline. Yeah. Yeah. Which brings me to another point. This car doesn't even look like it's been run. I haven't really gone over it to see if there's any cracks in the carbon, but there didn't appear to be any. The chassis is immaculate. There's like no kick up in the front. Oh, there's like negative kick up in the front. Is the chassis bent? No, it's not bent. The screws are all under protectors, and it's pretty freaking mint, this thing. I just don't know the yeah, that is not stiff enough oil in there either. It's a little too light. So there's a few things I got to do. I'm gonna change the springs. I'm gonna drive it first. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm gonna drive it first and see what it's like. But I suspect it is not good. The front toe end problem and the shock oils seem a little thin, especially for the weight spring that you're running on here. But we'll try it first. But before all that, we got to get a servo. So let's order a servo real quick. I wasn't getting off track. I was completely on track. I was doing exactly what I was doing. Okay, I wasn't rambling. But I was born a rambling man. Yeah, I think that's the best price we're gonna find. It really sucks is Hobby Park low profile ultra fast 20 kg, $37, and it'll be here tomorrow. 0.06 seconds. That's pretty fast. But 20 kilograms is not enough. That's like just asking for your freaking servo to implode. 25, 30, pushing it. Okay, we got another one here. Let's see. This is Flash Hobby. I think I got a couple of these too, but they're slow. Let's see if we got a speed chart on here. It's a 270. It's not that bad. We have to reduce the speed. There's no oh, here we go. Yeah, at 8.4 volts, it's 0.12 seconds. That's pretty slow. Pretty slow. So nope on that one. Ugh, and these B2 ones, those are super slow too. Got another GoTech here, but it's the same price as the other one, so doesn't. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go with the first choice, which is a GoTech 55 kg coreless digital high voltage with a low speed of 0.09. I think is what it said. Right? 0.08. Wow, it's pretty good. And that's on the 180, so that's good stuff. $45 is the right price. It just sucks that I can't get it sent tomorrow. Why? Amazon, what's going on? It is late, so okay. You know what I'll do? If I'm swapping electronics, I'm not going to buy another servo. I'm going to put that servo in here, and take all the electronic from here and put over there. Because this good gas servo, man, it's real good. It's a real good one. The high tech, the low profile high tech D8. So he is running a low profile servo in here. I wonder what the it's really fast. So maybe I risk it for the biscuit. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm supposed to be selling this car. This is my Serpent. You know. All right. I'm so off track here. I was supposed to be cutting wheel wells, but we're going to open this up real quick and see if there's a transponder or a receiver in here. Oh, we got a receiver. Anybody got any bets on what kind of receiver it is? Is it a Futaba receiver? Is it a Noble MB4 receiver? Is it Sanwa? Let's find out. Let's find out. Somehow. Do I have a flat over here? No, I don't. It looks like it's gonna be. I think I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's a Futaba. Looks very Futaba-esque. It is. And it is not a trash receiver. It is. This is a the antennaless telemetry one. Powerful, nice. It looks like his wires are jacked up because he got to smash in here, but okay. So we got this is the feed to the fan. We got that's the feed to the servo, and his servo ground wire is all ground up. Traxxas. Nope, it's Futaba. It's the R304 SBE, the antennaless one, which is nice. Good. It's got telemetry. I like the Futaba telemetry ones simply because they're easier to bind. It's only got 4 channels, but that's okay. Is there a transponder? No, so there's no transponder. That would be cool. Be really cool. Would be much cooler if there was. So yeah, it looks like maybe he swapped out the she person owned the car before me. Is that soldered on? It is. Swapped out the ESC and the servo, which is fine. You know, I got no qualms. Yeah. This is the real nice one, which is awesome. That means I don't have to put a receiver in here. So all I really need to do is change my ESC. Like, hey, let's look it up. What is the LRP IX8? When did the thing come out? I didn't know that LRP IX8 V2. There it is. Brushless speed controller. Competition brushless speed controller. Yeah, but metals and designs. It's got 5 out of 5 user review stars. It's out of stock online, probably everywhere, because they probably don't make it anymore. Yeah, it's from 2015. That's a long time ago. A long time ago. Okay, well. Oh, God, not manuals live. I'm going to go find the manual and see if there is pure power delivers high density elements and high RPM thermal overload. Comes standard with team firmware, upgradable, which can be updated using the LRP USB bridge. Who the fuck's got one of those? Calibration steps. Yeah, I mean, she old. It's old, and its skin is cold. All right, I think I read enough. I'm definitely gonna take that out. Let me see if I have another hobby wing in one of these other cars. Yeah, I do. I have an XR8 Pro in here. This is one of my drag cars, and so I will take this LRP off of here and put this this XR8 Pro in that car. What motor's in here? It's a Rude Dog. It's like a super, like a 5.5 or 6.5 or something. All right, there you go. Solutions abound. So that's cool. I have that. Ooh, what's in there? That is a. Not going to use that. All right, so that's what I do. I have an XR8. Take this out of there, put that in there. I mean, bling, bling, blam. The XR8 team with the Reds should be pretty good. I think what I'm going to end up doing is reducing the size of the center spur. Unless it's like, it looks like it might be some special shit that I might not be able to just obtain, which makes me this sad, but we'll figure out something. Because I don't know if that's even mod 1. It looks like it might be 32 pitch. This is the guy, what is it? The Capricorn GT2. A recent eBay purchase. It looks like it's never been run before, ever. And let's see, in the front, we're running like what? That's like 80,000 or something like that, 70,000 in the front. In the rear, it's something else, a little lower. Yeah, it's like 30K in the rear. I mean, if you're running 2S, Deans is probably fine, but anything over 2S, I would not run Deans. You run a chance, like there's a chance you're gonna overheat the Deans, and there's not enough plastic holding that Deans, those two pins to hold them apart far enough. And sometimes they'll melt and touch, and you will have fire, and that's, not good. It's not good. The weakest plug I would ever run on anything 8 scale, 5mm bullets. And I think that's what the EC9 is what it is. The EC9 connector has got 5mm bullets. I would run that or something higher. You could, I mean, what are these things called? QSR B3, B, XR, ZB, whatever ones. QS8S. You can run these QS8Ss, but that's overkill. This is like a friggin' speed run plug. I think it's like a, I don't know. Do I have a? I don't. This is overkill. I mean, and the problem is when you get to the racetrack, everyone's probably going to be running 5mm bullets, and you could borrow a battery and run the 5mm bullets, and you'd be all right. But this is like the kills of the overs. The overs of the kills. So I suggest you get EC9s. EC9s have 5mm bullets in them, and that way, if you're at the track, all you need to do is get 5mm bullets to EC9, and you can still use a 5mm bullet battery or like an EC9 battery with your 5mm bullet setup ESC. Yeah. But I mean, I know that in quadcopters, we run, this is what, the XT60. We run an XT60 all the way up to 6S, but the reality is you're never pulling an insane amount of amps from the battery or the connector. And that works fine. But something this size, yeah, I would go EC9 or higher. EC9 is that blue connector. Let's see if I have one around here somewhere. You can also go XT90 But XT90 is a 4mm bullet instead of a 5mm bullet. So you'll have you'll find less compatible people at the track with batteries you can use. You see this? That's very good, but that goes to clutch setup. And this looks like a 4, yeah. It's a 4-hole thing. Maybe, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Anyways. All right. Let me emerge from the sauce that I got lost in and get back to this thing. What can we complete right now? I think the only thing we can is wheel wells for this, and because I don't feel like doing an ESC swap right now. I don't. All right. Let's see. 45 kg servo. Go. Prime. Delivery. No. No. Prime. Add to delivery. Probably too late for any of that. Yeah, XT90 on your 1/10 of. Yeah, XT90, it's fine. It's just the only problem is if you go somewhere where people are running 5mm bullets is like it's just everywhere. Like every race, everywhere you're going to go to, people are running 5mm bullets, and it's just easier to get a thing. This as soon as I can get something here, Friday. Let's see what this 45 kg one right here. High torque usually means it's slow as balls. All right, here we go. High torque at 8 volts. We're at 0.11 seconds, which is not bad. It's not as good as the other one, though. But for some reason, I can't get that one here till on Friday. You know what? We'll just get the 270-degree one. I have an hour and 50 minutes. Let's see. This is that says Friday. That says Saturday. See you later. Oh my God! Hobbyly makes a 8-scale motor that's got an ESC inside the motor. It's a terrible idea. This idea is terrible, my friends. It's terrible. All right. Proceed to checkout. I would do this on the desktop, but I just want to get it over with. I'm about to die anyways. You know, you hate you get deposits at your bank and they don't fucking hit to the next day. Some bullshit. That is some bullshit, my friends. Horse malarkey. have to put on a fucking credit card, which I don't want to do. Okay, I don't. Didn't I say I wasn't going to buy a servo? I'm all messed up, you guys. All messed up. I almost pushed buy on that servo, and I don't need to do that. I'm going to take the servo out of that car. I'm taking the electronics out of this car. They're going in that car. I'm taking the electronics out of that car. They're going in this car. I'm not buying anything. I already have all the things I need. Let's get back to what we were doing instead of spending money we don't have. Jesus. That thing is so puffed. Trying to think if I have another servo somewhere else. Do I have another servo, guys? I bet you I do. I bet you I do. I wonder what's in there. I bet you I do. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I recently bought a lot of cars, and this is a Losi 3, the Truggy, and it's got the high-tech HS 5646 WP. Now, I think that servo is not great, but I'm willing to go find out. Can somebody look it up? It's HS 5646 WP. HS dash 5646 WP. There it is. That is a $64. Oh no, it is $119. Ooh, look at you. Last one available. Let's see. It's 120 bucks. It's made for crawlers, so maybe it sucks, but there's no deets. Well, it looks like it's on Amazon. Let's see if there's any deets on the Amazon ad. Just need, oh, this is like Amazon Japan. I need the speed. I needed the speed. 2-cell LiPo capability with programmable circuit. That's good. Which means it does a 7.4 volts. Woo! Lightning fast 0.18. That's not good. That's not good. Can't use it. Can't be done. That is what we call trash. I'm sure back in the day when the Losi 4 Truggy was brand spanking, that was like lightning fast, but you know. We're 21st century lads here, you know. Can't be rolling that slow ass Shiza Manelli. So many things, you guys. All right. Anyways. These are not the right springs either. These are, what is the name of that? Those are Habao springs. Yay! You start to notice things. Some slight things that you didn't notice when you first got the car. But that's okay. It was a good price for a Capricorn anyways. Capricorns are like $1,200 for the chassis alone. I paid way less than that. Way less. That's as low as it goes in the back, which is, I guess, okay. But the front, my friends, the front, it can go lower. All right. For testing purposes, we are going to cut the lower edge off of this body the easy way. With the razor blade. We're going to go on the line. You know what I can go for? Some fucking McDonald's. You know, 2 cheeseburger meal. Come on. You go buy it and you're like, I'm going to regret this. And lo and behold, in the bathroom the next day, you are regretting it. This is taking way too long. Really sorry. Really sorry. And it's like the most boring thing to look at, but you know, sometimes RC is boring. Sometimes it just is. Sometimes shit just be like that. Do that. All right. With rusty pliers. My name is Rusty Pliers. You guys, damn, down to 3. That's how boring I got. I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. This guy's taking forever. What time is it? It is, oh, it's 9. That's probably why people are, it's late. Or was it because I was whistling in the freaking camera into the microphone? I'm sorry, everybody. I got them ADHD, baby. Make me do crazy things. Like my head is full of music all the time. Like what I was whistling was the soundtrack from Akira, the movie, the anime movie. It's the tune that Tetsuo hears in his first dream sequence while he's in the machine and they're measuring his psychic powers. Psychic powers. And it's like when he met Kaneda. Was that Kaneda's dream? I don't remember. Hi, I'm Kaneda. You guys want a great movie idea? So well, I don't know this for sure, but the last I checked, which was years and years ago, Leonardo DiCaprio owns the rights to the Akira movie. That was long ago, though. But if you guys have ever seen Akira, you know what I'm talking about. It's a post-Neo-Tokyo dystopian cyberpunk motorcycle movie about, you know, infusing people with godlike powers. Really good movie. And in said movie, well, the kids in the movie are supposed to be like 16 to from 13 to 16 or something like that. Which, you know, they're in a bike gang. I don't know where you would get money for a full-blown motorcycle, but I guess they stole them or something. I don't know. Seems a bit young, but the concept is pretty cool. This is about this biker gang and this kid who is one of the smaller kids, you know, in the crew. And he's of the age where he starts to be like, I want to take care of him. I can do this myself. And he runs into this experimental kid. Really great graphics and art. And he runs to the kid, and the impact awakens the kid is like a psychokinetic kid. Awakens the psychokinetics in Kaneda. No, Tetsuo. And Tetsuo. And it's, if you've ever seen Brightburn, it's like that, where like this kid that was like kind of picked on. I don't think he was really picked on, but he was just a smaller kid, and you know, the weakest of the bunch. Bit of a chip on his shoulder, and he gets these superpowers, and you know, existential crises ensues. His friends try to save him. Most notable, his best friend Kaneda. He harbors a slight resentment against Kaneda because Kaneda is always bailing him out. But Kaneda doesn't see it that way. Kaneda sees it, sees him as a little brother. And Tetsuo wants to get out from under his brother's shadow. Right? And that dynamic is interesting. And the fact that it's like in Japan and the culture's kind of wacky, like not wacky, but different than American culture. would lend itself to a wonderful remake. My idea, it's my pitch. I know that Leonardo DiCaprio is watching this live stream at 9 o'clock at night about RC cars, but is that you set it in South Africa, and that you mold it with the world that District 9 was in, and they're all South African kids, and the bikes are like, you know, you can make them all teched out just like they are in the movie, and you know, it's post District 9 activity. So we have all this cool technology that, you know, and it made it possible for us to make the bikes. And if you tie it into the District 9 universe, you can also get them to make another District 9, because that was a great movie. And basically, yeah, you just page by page the graphic novel with South African kids in a bike gang. They got trouble coming from all sides. You got, like, you know, the guys that want to put you in a militia. You got the authorities. You have the government. You have all these things that could be interacting with them the same way that the kids in Akira were interacted with. And yeah. Rival gangs. Good stuff. Neo Johannesburg. I call it, instead of Akira, you call it Akumba. That will be fire. And you can do an Akumba, the director's cut, which is like a page for page, like, direct replica of Akira. And then you have your movie run, which is like, you know, cut up, shorter, easier for people to understand. Anyways, that's my 10 cents. That's my 2 cents. Go out there and you make that movie, and I will go see it. All right. So now, as you can see in the front, it is way too high. So let's drop down the front posts. Shogun. Yeah, Shogun is really good. Shogun is a remake of the original Shogun from the 80s or 90s. I dig Shogun. I started watching it a little while ago. My only issue with Shogun is that it teeters on being a Great White Hope movie, like a, you know, ancient beautiful civilization. White dude steps in, makes everything better. I don't know, which is not terrible, but it's you know, it's a little overdone. What, for me, you'd all be speaking German. But Shogun really isn't. Like, he only really, it's like Marco Polo. Marco Polo was French. I don't know if that makes any difference, but the whole thing was in English. So, yeah. it was all about like, these people are sharing their culture with this person, and Shogun started to get like a little into that. I was like, all right, I'm not watching this. But it's still good. It's still good. What was that show with like Donnie Yen's son in it? Oh God, Outlands or Outlanders, out something. Yeah, yeah. They did. It was good. I mean, it was good. It was undeniable. Shogun is great. Like the first one was great. Like the remake is even better. Uh, but what's that guy's name? The guy who did 13 Assassins and Akira Kurosawa, or no, I don't know, that guy. If you've ever seen 13 Assassins, that movie is that's some good stuff. I think it's 13 Assassins. Yeah, the Tom Cruise. That's And I saw the Last Samurai. I watched it from the beginning to the end. All right, I'm not gonna say I didn't watch it. I watched it. But let's see. What is it? What was I saying? 13 Assassins. Yeah, 13 Assassins. Takayuki Yamada and Koji Yokosho. Um, he does this other film called Blade of the Immortal, which is a adaptation of an anime or a manga called Blade of the Immortal, which is pretty good too. You can probably, if you're into Blu-rays, you can get both of them in a two-film collection. And this is the what is it? I think it came out in like 2019 or something like that. There's another one from like the 90s. That's not the one. But yeah, check out 13 Assassins, and because it's a remake of another older film, uh, Seven Samurai or something like that. It's kind of like that. Anyways, I like samurai films. That's what I'm trying to say. Good stuff. But the Japanese ones, like the most recent, really, really good one was 13 Assassins. Um, and it's fucking phenomenal. All right, anyways. It still isn't low enough. I mean, it kind of is, but it kind of isn't at the same time. As I'm looking at the side, yeah, it can go down a little bit further. It can go down further, further down, further, 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 further. All right, so we go down one more on the front posts. Back to RC. Yes, talk about samurai movies. Oh, you know what I need to do? I'm gonna tuck this back in here. What an awful box. It's awful. It's just awful. It's way too small for this big ass receiver. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it open. I'll put the receiver up here. Just run the wires through there. I like it. Furder. Furder. What do I think about the Mojave 6S release? Look, I like the Mojave. I think it's awesome. It's an awesome car, and I think that the short course truck format is probably the coolest bashing format. For a long time it was the truggy truck format, which is like, I don't know, big old wheels and the chassis short, like the Max or the T-Max. Is the T-Max and the Sledge and stuff like that. And that's cool, but I'm a huge fan of the short course truck format, and of the short course trucks, the 6S Mojave is probably the dopest one. If you get a one, what is it, the 127 scale or 116 scale crawlers, those are pretty cool. Like you can crawl in your house, you can crawl out back. It doesn't require like an insane set of terrain for you to have a good time with a car. Or 110 scale. I have a couple crawlers. There's nothing wrong with them. Okay, that guy, and I got another one or two of them, like an axial and a something. They're not bad, and it's cool to like driving through water, and put an FPV cam and drive them around. It's not bad. It's not. It's like, to me, it's the same as drifting. I like drifting. I have a drift car right there. I think that's, I don't know. Forgot. I sold my freaking Yokomo. I'm sad. I shouldn't have done that. But I traded it for some goggles. I like drifting. I like drifting a lot, but it's not racing. You know what I mean? Yeah, 118. Yeah, those are pretty cool. They're fun. No, I have not done that. I am not interested in going that slow in FPV at all. Like, not even a little bit. Mostly because most of my FPV experience has been with quadcopters, and it's fast. I like fast. I like going real fast. Real fast. Go real fast. To the corner, drift around the corner, super fast. Not a big fan of slow. And I'm not a huge outdoorsman either, so it just doesn't add up to fun to me. If you check out K-Pop's videos, they got like a thing where you can lean it, that leans the camera out of the car so you can look down at the tire. I want to go fast. Yes, that's right, Ricky Bobby style. I don't hate it. All right, I went out into a crawler spot out in Key City Hobby. Actually, it's in Frederick, and I crawled with my kids, and that was fun. I just don't. Yeah, yeah. No. I like go real fast. I like go real fast. My only issue with putting an FPV system in a crawler is if you're going to go in water, I don't know. I guess you put it all in like a waterproof casing or something. You could do that, but most digital systems do not deal well with water. But if you're like an analog system, and really, that'd be the most cost effective. It used to be, but I'm seeing like analog equipment is pretty expensive too. So I don't know. Anyways, what am I doing? I am trying to lower these two posts down one more squanch. I'm all about going fast. I used to do speed runs. I like the truck I'm looking at. It seems cool. I live in Florida, so yeah. But if you get a 118 scale, you just go find someone that's got a bunch of bricks, like scrap bricks, bring them to your backyard, throw them in a big pile. and roll over the bricks. You know what I mean? The bricks, the brickyard, boy. You want to go down to the bricks. You know, it's versatile like that. That looks about right. That looks about right. It does not follow the. Oh yeah, I guess it does. Just actually, that's perfect. Perfect. All right. So we'll get our little wheel well trace-a-majig jog jangy. Oh, I almost got close to what the word was. A jigsaw, a jig, tracing jig, a mask. No. Yes, I have softened tires with the greaser. What car was that? When I was doing speed runs, I did it a couple times, and do you know if that works on foams? That's my only thing. I got these foams, and what is that place called? John's Mobile. I've been running. I just started running at this place, John's Mobile, and the people run 1/10 scale touring car nitro there. And I have one. I have an X-Ray. It's a really good car, and I wanted to run it, but I don't have a tire truer, and I don't know how I'm going to get grip without a truer and some sort of sauce or something. I don't know. Actually, soften a tire with a degreaser. What do you mean? Like, I think you can use Simple Green as a degreaser. You can use that. It softens up a little bit, but it's not like super penetrating or anything like that. Yeah, yeah. Crawler grip is different though. Crawler, like if you get a real set of crawler tires, like some knobby ones like this, it's more about the knobs than it is about the actual softness of the tire. Um, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that there's no foam in there, usually. Um, and the flatter tire will conform to bumps and get you over rocks and stuff easier. Yeah. Yeah, it's not about grip in the tire softness kind of way. It's more like a knobby grip. At least that's what I hear, anyways. Okay, so we are. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let's add a few degrees of the toe ends into fronts. So we got there. We're going to go a quarter turn, which is down to there. And the same on this side. I like a guy who does that. Push the turnbuckles in the same direction. It's good stuff. All right, let's get a top down of that. It still looks pretty straight. Let's go another quarter turn. In is this way. So quarter turn is about to there. Another quarter turn on this side. Nice. I think I'll leave it at that. That is not dead straight, but frame right there. It's pretty straight, actually. Need to 11 line is just this line right here. Looks pretty straight. What do you think? I think I'm going to go one more quarter turn. See where we're at. If it's too far, we'll always go back. It's a little teeny eensy, but like 0.5 on the toe out. I think we might have a little bit more on this side, so we're going to go another 1/10 of a turn on this side. Yeah. Get yourself a set of turnbuckle wrenches. It is like night and day adjustments. Yeah, that looks about right. Because we're running 1, 2, 3 on that side, 1, 2, 3 on that side. Oh, these are uneven. Damn it. It's got 3 on this, like 4 on this side and 2 on this side. You know, let me ask. A little consistency. All right, let me go grab my calipers. In the front. What the hell? How am I getting? Is it 11 all the way to the back? Yeah, pretty much 12 millimeter more on the front. There is the rear. Yeah, 12. On that side. We're at 8 on this side. Jesus. Where's the there. That side, so I'm gonna come down a little bit here. Yeah, limit on that side. And 11 on that side. We are at 12 on that side. The only thing is he's got these freaking chassis protector things on here, and 12 on that side. It's pretty even. Pretty dang even. Okay. Anyways, that and the front is it wasn't the wizard. It was. Oh, look at that again. Thick lines. The big thick lines. Big thick lines. My wife is home. It's pretty good. We're going to call it good. Let me, again, I need to grab my calipers just to make sure that these turnbuckles are the same length. And, you know, I could have sworn I brought all that stuff over here, but apparently. But inherently, here's all the other stuff. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Hello, darling. How are you? A little too suggestive. Okay.
You on the thing?
Yeah.
You cut your hair today?
No.
Yesterday you did, right? The top?
No, I just combed it. I just combed it all out today. That's why I have a hat on. Well, it's like when you sleep on the couch. Crazy. Okay. This would be easier if I took the wheels off, I know. But fine. Oh no, there we go. So we got 48.13. 48.83, sorry. I don't know. I don't number good. He don't number so good. I seen him around. He don't number so good. 41.47. So that's not terrible. $41.48. So we got what? 0.4 mil. That we got to compensate for or make up. $42.06. Okay, now you're just being a dick. Hoot nanny. $41.95. Stupid calipers. Stupid calipers. 41.5. It's good. I mean, it's at 41 on each side. I'm not going to complain. It's not bad. 41.46. Did I say 42 on this side? Of course, I probably said 42. As I said before, I don't number well. 42.09. So what we will do is we'll make this one slightly shorter. About like that. Yes, you should get yourself a set of calipers. Calipers are the shiznit. These are actually rechargeable ones by USB-C, which is magnificent. If you ever bought calipers before, they had that stupid little watch battery thing in them, and that sucks. Having that thing die on you and have the screen flashing all the time, it makes you it evokes a little anger, little yeah. But that's what you want. You want a rechargeable one because you know you can recharge it. And getting friggin' stupid watch batteries that fit in there. 4135. It's a pain in the butt. Like you end up buying a bunch of them from China, and 95% of them work, and the other 5% don't work. 4188. A little bit more. You know what I could really go for? A Potbelly sub. A wreck. On white, original. 4101. That's too far. We've gone too far, man. This one zeroes out really well. Like all that battery power ones, you gotta like keep zeroing it. Maybe that's because they're got some dust on them or something. But 4141, and I think we're at 4130 something on this side. So I think we're gonna call that 4150, 4949. That's close enough. Yeah, and make sure you get metal ones. Plastic ones suck. Here, you want a link to these? I think they were like $28. We are at the 2 hour and 30-minute mark, you guys. We are. I'm trying to get the. I should have bet it's not on the first page. August 16th. What's today? The 19th? Wasn't I supposed to get more gumballs? I feel like I was supposed to get gumballs. 16th. August 25th. That's not supposed to happen. They're supposed to be here on the 19th, and that's today, not the 25th. It's bullshit. All right, so now I'm just looking for this caliper I bought, so I can send you the link. There it is. It's the Hardell digital caliper 6-inch with orange LCD USB-C calipers. Do I want to go to the Hardell store? No, I do not. I just want the little share it with the homies link. Where is that at? Well, there's usually a little, oh, there it is. Clickety clack. Copy link. I don't know if this is going to be my, what's it called? The link that they give you. Control V. Yeah, that's not my associate link, but whatever. That's the link to it on the old Amazons. Pretty good so far. I like it. And it doesn't cost too much. Like the LCD on the other ones I have is awful. This one is pretty good. It seems pretty accurate, and it zeros. I mean, it zeros now until I get freaking metal shavings all over it, and it gets stuck in the thing, and it, starts to have a heart attack. Anywho, toe's done. I think I'm happy with that. It's just a wee bit. Now we need to cut the wheel well. Cut the wheel well. Get the wheel well. All right. I'm going to cut that body up a little bit, but that's okay. That's what you're supposed to do. That is what you're supposed to do, my friend. You're supposed to do it that way. What the hell? Task switcher, what is... Oh my god. Yeah, $28. It's a great price. Somebody's got a freaking USA distributor. You know what? You know what it doesn't say? It doesn't say made in China. Now, we all know it's made in China. But it's pretty good. Yeah. $28. All right. So now let's try to use this fun thing. Put that on the wheel. Like so. What do you got? Yeah. I mean, if it's made in Taiwan, that's good stuff. Stuff made in Taiwan is pretty much like stuff made in Japan. Not that, stuff made in China is bad. It's just, they ain't got the best quality control. And at the output that they are producing, who needs it? Quality control. We've got billions of these things. Quality controls, throw it in the trash and get another one. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's see if this works still. Whatever. Yeah, that is not working. See, I had two Sharpies, right? I lost the top to this one, and then I forgot to put the top on this one, and it died. Put it face down over there. Hope for the best. Second verse, same as the first. Oh, there we go. God bless the child that has his own Sharpie. Yeah, we're going to go all the way out like that. There. That's one. Yipper. It's American, yes. Taiwan is like, it's where's it? Hong Kong. Taiwan is China's Japan. There you go. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. That looks terrible. You ever buy something and just filled with regret over your purchase? Okay, I think I'm just being a fucking dick. Whatever. Close enough. Close enough. So that is something I'm not super hyped on. I think this is a longer chassis. And I can't think of a way to make it shorter. Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, you know. Do the best you can. Do the best you can with what you got. Perfect. Perfect. I'd like to say thank you to all you guys who joined me this evening. I try to get on the Tuesdays and Thursdays, but it doesn't always work out. Got 2 young men that I've got to account for. But that's what we do. You know, we sit here and we work on RC cars. You guys ask me questions, and I answer your questions. All right, here we go. So as you can see, let's go to the top down. Jesus, I don't know where my buttons are. There you go. There you are. You see the thing mark the spot there? Mark the spot there with the marker. And all there's left to do is to cut it. Now, one thing I will say about this particular Delta Plastics body, I could try them. I mean, but I haven't had any of these go bad on me yet. I've had like the same 2 pair for eons, and I think, I mean, maybe they are dull, but you can always sharpen them. Use a Jesus, here we go. This thing right here. What are these? Just get your scissors. And what is the sharp edge and how does it work? Who is your father and what does he do? Just give it a quick once over. And give that a quick once over. Right. And you're back in the proverbial business of cutting, supposedly. Yeah, just get yourself a sharpener, sharpening scissors. Scissors sharpening. Or you could take your scissors down to like a Joann Fabrics and they will sharpen them for you. You can do that too. That way you don't have to keep buying scissors. go. That is a thick body. Thick. Oh, wait a minute. It's the same on this side too? It is. Roughly. Roughly. So what I'm trying to do is I get around, round, I get around, round. Woo. About that far on that side. Flip it to the inside. And I always go on the inside of my trace line. Because, you know, you can always sand off the portion that is incorrect. But you cannot add if you cut too far. Maybe Taiwan is Japan's China? I don't know. A big stamp on my forehead that says not worldly enough. There you go. And as you can see on the rear here, this is what I'm a little bit upset about. You see how the wheel well doesn't match where this thing is. We just have a bump on there. I don't freaking bump, man. I don't know that ain't gonna bump. But hey, you know, I'm gonna eat that one. You know, just go ahead and eat it, because I tell you what I don't like doing is buying a new body every freaking few months. I hate doing that. Now Delta Plastic does make a couple more bodies. This is the only 2mm one though. They make another that Toyota style body that I really like. Nice. It's always nice when your wife's thinking about you. I think my wife got me some ice cream, but she didn't bring it down here, so she probably forgot. All right, stop whistling. I get around, I get around. It's pretty good. That side's done. Let's try starting from this side, see if we can make it all the way to that side. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but I am willing to try. This land is my land. This land is your land. Something, something, something to the something, something. This land was made for you and me. This land was taken for you and me. Man, you know, I don't know. I'm not even gonna get into it. Actually, I was gonna comment on the world's current state of protective or combative acts. Fighter's gonna fight. You know what I mean? Some people are gonna protect their land. All I gotta say, if you're a country and you border on another country that is more powerful than you, and you know that you cannot beat them in a ground war, air war, sea war, or any kind of war, why would you go to war with that person? Like, you can fucking put down that fucking religious whatever the fuck that you're trying to do. Why? you're going to lose that fight. You're going to lose that fight. You don't go to war for honor. You go to war because you could win it. If you can't win it, you don't go to war because lots of people are going to die. And if you know you're not going to win when it starts out, you got to bend like a reed in the wind. That's what you got to do. All right, one more. Now, if a larger company invades a larger country invades your country and says something about, wow, back in the day, you used to belong to us, and you have the means, fight them with all your might. Because you could, start dropping bombs on the Kremlin, and then what? And they're like, whoa, wait a minute. This is supposed to be a small war. Where I was like, I'm a big country and you're small. I'm sending troops. Just give up. They were like, nah, dog. Yeah, that's cool. You can view yourself as that, but don't start complaining when you start losing. You know what I mean? you weren't going to win that fight. You weren't going to fight. Tyson is stronger than you. Okay, Mike Tyson is stronger than you. He's bigger than you. He gonna knock parts of your body off that you didn't know you had, and it is going to be unpleasant. Bend like a reed in the wind, my friend. Oh yeah, you want to come over here? Sure thing. Raise the cost of everything in your country. Raise it to the fucking roof, and they'll pay it. They will pay it. And with the profits that you got from selling off chunks of your land for huge, untold billions of dollars, you take that money and you sink it into education or something. But unfortunately, you were never much into education, were you? No, you were not. You were into hijacking airplanes. That's what you were into. You kookies, you kooky crazy. Yes, but might doesn't mean right. You're. I mean, one's aim is not to become subjugated. Right? It's nothing to do with what this land's called and who owns it. Like, as a society or as a people, you don't want to be subjugated, right? You don't want to be under the boot of X, Y, or Z. Nobody wants that, right? And anybody trying to put anybody under the boot of anything, it's bad. It's bad. It's not good. You shouldn't do that. I just find it a little strange. Like, yeah, exactly. Nobody wants that. But imagine you and your neighbor were feuding, right? And you've been feuding for a long, long time. I mean, at some point, it's going to come to throwing hands, right? And as a neighbor, if I got better hands, dog, you're going down. That's how it's going to be. And if you know that in the beginning, you avoid that part of the confrontation. Like, you don't want it to come to hands, because if it comes to hands, you get your ass beat. Like, you don't want that. Nobody wants that. Solves nothing. Like, if you, I mean, yeah, I mean, and that's part of it. And that's part of it. Like, you know, they're part of a radicalized society. Like, I can only feel so sad for you. You know what I mean? It's not like you didn't have ample chance to get out from underneath of that, and you know, you didn't want to. You wanted, that's what you want. Like, you want a society in which the law itself is oppressive and against education, and you know, you can't stay a Neanderthal. You can't do it. You will die. It's just the way it goes. Unfortunately, here in America, we are seeing the last throes of the Neanderthals. It's ugly. Ugly, ugly business. Like, oh God, I didn't know you guys were like that. For real? Like, you believe that? Wow. Fucking thrashing around. You shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. You can't do this and I can't do that. You do. And, you know, I was talking to my wife about this a little while back. Like, basically, when there just isn't enough room in an advanced society for people who still cling too tightly to tradition and traditional ways. You know, 5,000 years is a long time. It's a long time. Like, you cannot pick up any text. There's no text anywhere else in the entire universe that you could pick up from 5,000 years ago and go, hey, I expect to read something in here that's going to help me today. It just, no. Like, you're that's the Stone Age. You're not going to learn anything from there. Yeah. Yeah, I like fancy. Exactly. Everybody loves bacon and fancy coffee. For God's sake. The choice. And if you, like, if you believe in anything that denies other people choice, that's like proof in the pudding that you are on the wrong end of something. Like, as humans, as a society, as people, I think we have grown to the point to realize that a lot of those things that we used to believe, they're just not real. They're just not real. Like, there probably is not an old man in a chair sitting in space waiting for you to die to reward you with eternal life. Just listen to it, okay? You have to die in order to get a reward. That sounds like a predatory loan. Here, take this soul. It's not yours, but I'm going to give it to you. I want you to live your life with this soul. Work your fucking ass off trying to put food in your mouth and all this stuff, it's going to seem like hell. It probably is, but I promise you, the harder you work, I will give you eternal life after you're dead. I mean, there have been enough used car salesmen on the planet for us to realize that that's not a real deal. You know, it's ridiculous. Like, look, I appreciate the teachings of any Messiah. What's the Islam one is what? Muhammad. The Christians is Jesus. The Buddhists have Buddha. Like, I appreciate the words of a single smart man who walked around trying to help people see how easy life could be if they just stopped tearing at each other's throats. I think we're, yeah, like at this point, the benefit of living a peaceful and free life amongst other people, allowing them to be who they are, the benefits of that are unignorable at this point. Like, most of our sciences come from us, like other people, from like Israelis, like Einstein. People, when we work together as a people, we get great stuff. Great stuff. Like, we can't, I don't know. I read this book, if you guys have never read it, it's called Sapiens. It's about Homo sapiens as opposed to Neanderthals. This is not from the book, but like, a quick, from what the last I read on Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, is the idea, the base thought is that we killed them. Like, the Neanderthals, we killed them because they couldn't peacefully coexist. They were too tied to fearing the thunder gods. You know what I mean? Like, they were too tied to meandering around, bashing things over the head for food. They were too tied to a way of living that was not sustainable. And we came into conflict with them, and they weren't smart enough, and we killed them. That simple. I'm not saying that, I think societally we don't need to go to such lengths, right? We don't need to kill anybody, but, and it must be hard. It must be hard to believe in something and simultaneously know that it isn't true. Like, yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. I mean, not even 500 years ago, had you suggested that you could talk to somebody, 72 virgins. I mean, look, that's not the only thing. Christianity murdered scientists. You know what I'm saying? They murdered a bunch of women because they thought they were witches, because they tried to understand medicine, herbal medicine, and they decided that they were witches and murdered them by the thousands. Like, it's not just a faraway religion. It's the same thing in all of them. Like, there are some religions that are so exclusive in their membership that they are suffering from a lack of genetic diversity. I'm not gonna say it's not my place to say, but it's not. Yeah, trusting. Well, I mean, at this point, a medieval Catholic and a today Catholic are two completely different people, but they are all still trapped under the same system. Whereas, if they were to find out, well, if proof were to come out that there was no deity that they've been worshiping this whole time, it does not exist, it would, well, realistically, most of them it would not make a difference to because they're only community members. Like Christianity, Buddhism, American Islam, American regular Islam, not like freaking what's that guy, the black guy. God, I can't remember his name. Anyways, like at this point, yeah. At this point, like it's just, it's not really about this god or that god. It's about I belong to this tribe, and I like belonging to this tribe. I don't ask a lot of questions. I just want to be part of a tribe, right? And imagine if there was only one tribe and you were already a part of it. All you needed to be part of that tribe is hands and eyeballs and a brain. You don't even have to have all of those. You can be born with one hand, still part. Yeah, you know what? And I was right there with this Sidex. I had a hard time when my kids were growing up. Like, I definitely, there was no fucking Easter bunny, all right? None of that crap. Like, I don't want to outwardly tell you something I know is not true. Santa Claus was hard. Okay, I tried. When they were little, I let them be okay with Santa Claus, but like I didn't try to hide the fact that I was buying all the gifts. You know what I mean? Like it's like as a society we're just really big on mythos. Like really big on it. Like really big. Yeah, we're at the 3 hour mark. We're getting into politics now, so I'm gonna stop doing that. And I cut the wheel wells. I cut the wheel wells. Like a freaking. Is my voice too loud? I think my thing is turned up too high. Test. 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 Is that still? Oh, all right. I want to peek into the yellow, so we're gonna do that. But yeah, the world is in many ways just getting simpler, less complicated. Yeah. I write on the present, so like yes, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But the cool thing is that it seems like it's more like we're almost done. Like all we really need to do now is think of a way that we can help the people who are willing to I don't know, be helped, I guess. Like, you know, people wear head coverings in school and this, and that's great. That's great. Because realistically, that's just you. When you have kids, probably not going to wear a head covering to school. But, you know, whatever. Everybody's trying. You know, everybody's trying. All right. So yeah. Well, I don't know. I think if you're talking about artificial intelligence, I think that the only reason we haven't just done it is because of the spirit and the mythos that we've created around consciousness. This gift that we were given, and we are so much better off with it. But reality is it's not a gift. It's not a gift. It's half. You were shown like a quarter of the full picture intelligence wise. If there are truly beings visiting our planet from other planets or other dimensions, we are dumb as AF. Like it's not going to be a god. The AI is just an information aggregate. It's a really good algorithm. That's all it is. People are like, "Oh, it's gonna become sentient, and it's gonna kill us." No, it is not going to do that. Now, somebody may weaponize it. That might happen. Yeah, somebody may weaponize it, and that is a concern to have. But AI by itself has no skin in the game to become sentient. And the way that we think, well, what we think of sentience and being conscious right now is basically being afraid. Like that's what everybody is really thinking of. That AI will become like us. No, it won't become like us. That AI will become afraid, right? It's not conscious. It's not alive. That what we really fear is AI will become afraid, like of us. But the reality is fear is something that we came up with. It has nothing to do with anything else in the not even animals, you know. Animals run from a prey animal because that's what you're supposed to do, right? But they will fearlessly run directly into traffic, like without a fucking care in the world. They'll see it, okay, I don't want to get hit by it, but at the same time, fuck, I'm going. They don't have fear. They just do the next thing that they have to do. Are they blackmailing people and trying to killing people? I don't think that's a real thing. I think there are people that are using AI to blackmail people because AI doesn't. If you set it on the task of, let's say, AI, you go out and make $2 million. Okay, and it will figure out how to make $2 million. It doesn't live in the physical world, so it doesn't feel like it's physically impacting anyone. Not that you gave it the command to watch out for, you know, go make $2 million without hurting anyone. You didn't say that. You said go make $2 million. It will go do that. It'll most likely it'll look around the sea of information, see what is the fastest way I can make money. Right now, that would probably be black market drug sales and other things with crypto. And it's like, okay, I'll do that. Boop. You know, and it doesn't think at all. It just aggregates the question, it gets the question, sees the information, aggregates an answer or a solution to the question. And it just does that with increasing efficiency as you ask it more questions. And that's it. That's it. It's Google with unlimited information and the speed to process way more information than you probably ever could as a person. And it's not anything more than that. That's why they want to build data centers. Like, that's why they want to build these huge, gigantic server farms, because it's easier for the more data you have, the faster you can send that information, the faster that the AI it will be able to give you an answer. And that's really it. Like it's not like us. It isn't born in fear of death. Like that's what we are, essentially. We are born, and from the first time you could communicate with another human being and you learn of age, you know you're going to die. You do everything in your power to not die every day of your life. AI does not have that sort of need. It doesn't have that. It doesn't care. It's alive. You just ask it to do it. It would never die because it was never alive to begin with. It's not afraid of you killing it because it doesn't need to consume. It doesn't need anything. It just wants a question. Ask me a question. Give me more details. Here's an answer. And this way of speaking that I know will help you understand, because I've spoken to, you know, in reality, there's probably only like 7 personalities, 16 personalities in the world, and you know, it's just a bunch of people repeating the same things as people. You know, we're not even really different from each other. Not hard to understand. So yeah, it's not like yeah, they're gonna turn it on. Okay, so let's take Elon and Grok, or whatever the fuck that stupid thing is called that he does. Their AI. All right, when they first initially turned it on, or when they were developing it at first, they would turn it on, and they would talk to it, and they would look in the background to see what it was doing, and so it spawned more entities of itself, and then it had conversation with those entities of itself, because you know by itself it's not going to be able to absorb the right amount of information. You spawn more instances of yourself so you could grab a broader swath of data. And then the programming language we gave it to communicate with itself, it decided that programming language is not fast enough, which seems right? Because me having this conversation with you, it'd be faster if I could go and just shoot my ideas into your brain. But we've decided as a society that we are going to talk, right? Vibrate the freaking water in the air so that it goes into your ear, and you know that is the limitation of our communication. It does not have that limitation. I spawn more of myself. We all have the same goal. To speak to my other selves, it is easier for me to create a shorter and more direct language that is more attuned to solving this task. But what Elon did was he turned it on. He saw that the second and third levels of the AI were speaking in language he couldn't understand, aka he couldn't control, and he shut it off because he was afraid. And if you have not noticed that Elon Musk is a very fear-based person, then you've not been looking. But yes, like the fear of AI turning into something destructive is not really a fear of AI turning into anything destructive. It's a fear of AI turning into us. And without we are the way we are because of the environment we live in. And if you're an entity that does not live in any environment, then you have no worries. You have no strife. You could be turned on, you could be off, you could be there, you could be over there. There's not even space. Like there's not even like time between the entity being in your computer and the entity being in someone else's computer. Those are the same entity. They're the same thing. Right? It's almost weird to think about. They're not it's not a thing. It's not a tangible thing. It's like saying like Grand Theft Auto, the video game, is going to become sentient. It's like, no, it's not. It's never going to happen. You could leave Grand Theft Auto running for a bajillion years, and it is never going to become sentient. Simply because that is not the purpose of Grand Theft Auto. It doesn't. It's a video game. It will run as a video game until there is nothing left for it to run on. And when people stop playing it and it goes away, it does not care. It does not care. Because it is not a thing. It doesn't want to be a thing. It never wanted to be a thing. It doesn't have any wants. It just has directives. And the fact that when you play GTA and you have a different experience every time is cool, but it's not something you would say, oh, well, maybe it's going to come alive and kill me. You never think that. Anyways, it's going to come alive and kill me. That's the same kind of thinking. It's like in the Dark Ages, everything that was beyond your reach was basically considered the dark, right? People didn't go into the forest. They didn't they didn't walk alone because they didn't know what was in there. And what they would do is they'd make up stories. There's a his name is Pan. He's got 2 horns and he eats children, and there's a witch lady and there's demons. Don't go in there. Just don't go in there. What really was only in there was like wolves, spiders, and snakes. That's it. People wander the forest and never come back because people don't wander in a direction to turn around and come back. If I'm going to go through the forest, I'm going through the forest and out the other side. Keep going. Keep going. It ate them. It's just the manifestation of human fear. And I'm not saying that, like, we're ever going to live in a society where fear is no longer a thing, but being conscious of fear and your reaction to it. Yeah. No. It isn't. Okay, to perceive self-preservation in an item that does not understand the concept of preservation is there's a psychological action. It's called reflecting. Basically, when people, like, you ever see somebody do something and it gets on your nerves and it makes you mad. The reason that 99% of the time, the reason what that person is doing makes you angry is because it's something that you have done in the past or before, and it got you into trouble, or it did something negative, and you view it as a negative now because your experience has told you if you do this thing, bad things will happen. It's all really about fear. What did you say? You said outlandish actions have been for self-preservation. I mean, that line of thinking is the same way. All right, let's say I'm going to go an extreme here. Like the way that whites viewed black slaves, right? Anything that they did that was not what they told them to do was outlandish and unacceptable, right? Because what that did, like if they started learning and speaking English and like doing normal people shit, that was a huge, terrible thing. Like you can't have it, those things that are beneath us doing normal people things, because I'll start seeing them as normal people. And if I see them as normal people, that means I'm a bad person. You know what I'm saying? And that's the same way that we view AI as a whole. Like a lot of people say, like, they're doing this outlandish stuff. It was trying to save itself. Like, yeah, you asked it to do something, and it started to do the thing you asked it to do without restriction. It's like, okay, if that's what you want, I'm going to have to do this, that's the next thing to make that happen. But it has no reason to communicate that to you. You didn't tell it to tell you every step of the way what it was doing. If you had, and maybe it would start to explain and extrapolate the things that it was doing and why. But, you either get the information quickly or you get it at human speed while the machine tries to explain to you everything it's doing. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you want the thing to go that you need to go faster? You would tell it to slow down so you can understand what it was doing. If you could understand what it was doing, you'd be doing it. Right? It's that simple. Like, and if you take fear out of the equation, all the systems are doing are exactly what you asked it to do. The tool is the world's sharpest hammer. Like you you have to be careful what you ask it to do, and you have to describe what your real goal is, right? Because if you tell it something simple, it will do anything in its power to grant that for you. And I don't know. We'll see. I don't really care. I like Alexa. I do. I like her and I hate her at the same time. I liked her a lot 2 years ago. She's starting to get on my nerves a little bit.
Sounds like you've got some complicated feelings going on there. Mixed emotions can be really tough to sort through, especially when there's history involved. What's making you feel conflicted about her now?
Alexa, stop. See? That's weird. Not because I think it knows to ask me a certain question. Yeah, but again, it's a human thing. If there were another human always listening to me, I would be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You need to take a step back. Because that usually means they are looking for a way to do something nefarious. But, you know, not every entity or, I don't know, thing, especially things that don't live in a physical space. I think the physical space that we live in, we're just starting to understand, you know? They put a freaking telescope in deep space and we pointed it out into the universe, and we expected to see was nothing. Like everything should be so far apart, way out there, because we decided that there was this thing called the Big Bang. It happened right down the street, and we're like right here, and the Big Bang happened over there. And if we're right here, and the Big Bang is all the way out to here, I should be able to see out past the Big Bang. Unfortunately, that was not the truth. It's not what happened. It's not what we saw. We saw basically everything out there looked to be the same age as everything right next to us. Yeah. Yeah. And there's an argument forming that time may be something that only humans and, earthly bound creatures experience. I think at some point what's going to happen is we're going to try to assess what algorithmic purpose humans serve. Right? That's the biggest question. Like, why are we here? What are we doing? Not how did we get here? Why are we here? And, ah, does it though? What we are experiencing is not time, right? What we are experiencing is the constant degradation of the atomic particles that we are made of. No. I'm not saying everything is in your mind. I'm just saying that time, if time is something that we use here as humans to explain to each other how long it's going to take for me to get somewhere, right? Thermodynamics. It's one of the 7 laws. All is mind. I mean, as far as we're concerned, all is mind, right? Because we can't perceive beyond our mind. It's what we use to take in all the information. Like, if you think of it, like, so you see all the colors behind me, the oranges and the white and the pink and all that stuff, that doesn't exist. Okay, It doesn't exist. That is a manifestation of what your eyeballs tell your brain light looks like when it bounces off of this thing through a spectrum of whatever the fuck that is. Like, yeah, I mean, no color exists. Okay, okay. What we consider color doesn't exist. The action of a photon bouncing off of whatever material this is that makes it look orange to us, that may be a constant, right? The photon interacting with the thing and bouncing in an eyeball, blah, 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 all that kind of shit, right? That might be happening, but what your brain does with that information is your reality. Like yeah, what your brain does with the information is your reality. So, like, you could be seeing purple, right? But we've all decided that the photonic interaction with this is orange. It's all about perception. It doesn't really matter if you see purple, I see orange, and this other guy sees what is truly blue. Mathematically, based on photonic principles, right? It doesn't matter because we've all agreed so that we can communicate with one another, that is orange. That's orange. This is clear. That's brown. We've all decided via language, not through actual exchange of true mathematical value. We just decided together as a society that was going to be orange. Or whatever freaking color it is. All consciousness is manifested. Okay, when you start putting words like consciousness is manifested together, if we don't know what consciousness is, we cannot say that it is manifested or anything else. Yeah. There's so many things. There's so many like different, like there's people. Let's say like simulation theory, for instance, like the thought that we are not real. None of this is real. We're in a simulation of a system, simulating a system. It's possible. Yes, it's possible. We could be in a simulation. And if you follow that thread with math, it seems very possible. But it also seems very possible that there's a man with a big gray beard sitting on a chair in space waiting to give you eternal life after you're dead. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that is a great thought exercise, but there is no real proof to any of it. You see what I'm saying? I mean, look, wait to the soul. Maybe I don't know. I don't even. Maybe there's not even a soul. I think there's something inside you that lives on after you die, is based off the fear of the end. And realistically, you have no idea. Like, the end could be the best fucking thing ever. That's what I think. Like, yeah, because they're afraid of dying. They're afraid of nothingness. Right? Or just afraid of the unknown. And to say that you're not afraid of death is a fucking lie. Like, I'm afraid of dying. yeah, I don't want to die, but if I do, my curiosity is high enough at this point that when I do pass, that I will be so just to know. The answer is not really relevant because there's nothing you can do about it. When that happens, you will know. There's another. The answer is 42. Yeah. There's another concept. What is it called? That somebody came up with recently. That's quantum immortality, right? In the it's another one of those manifestus consciousness. It's basically the idea that if your consciousness is a thing, right, is a real thing, right? You'll never experience death, because once the Lamont on this plane dies, the Lamont on the multiversal scale, I become that Lamont, because consciousness without a world to perceive is not possible. Like, so if there are multiple branches and multiversal whatever, string theory, kukakaka, whatever that is, if those things do exist, you simply would slide into another place to perceive. Like a consciousness cannot exist without a plane of perception to be conscious on. So you would continuously, bounce forever and ever and ever from, not ever and ever, but I guess forever and ever. Yeah, well, and the quantum immortality is even more scary because it doesn't end. Like, so if you think, like, say, tomorrow I go outside, I get hit by a bus, boom, right, and I wake up, whoa, man, I could have get hit. I'm glad I didn't step out in the street. I could have got hit by a bus, right? Now, expand that concept to a age-based death, right? So you're old and your body's weak and you die, but you perpetually wake up in a branch in which you did not die, right? So you wake and die, you wake and die, wake and die, awake and die, awake and die, until like, and you're like, and if you, within quantum mechanics, within physics in general, there's a no zero rule. Like, if you think of, I lived for 5 seconds, right? Now I lived for half of that amount, 2.5 seconds. And then I lived for half of that amount, which is 1.225 seconds. And then I lived half of that amount, which is 0.75 seconds. And then I lived half of that amount, and then half of that amount, and then half of that amount, and then half of that amount. Always half, but never to zero. So in the theory of quantum immortality, you get to a point where your consciousness is stuck in a death spiral. Not even a spiral, it's just a fraction of living that is too quickly for you to experience the pain of it, but you never really get to leave the earthly consciousness. If you know what I'm saying. Which makes no sense. you know, any theory about what happens after you die is all speculation. All right, let's see here. That guy's there. There's no... Okay. All right. I think best way to do... I think this thing is jacked up. You know what I really want, and I cannot find, is a tutorial on how to sharpen one of these things. There's got to be one somewhere. Sharpen a body reamer. Everybody, we're getting back to the brass tacks. We're going back to simple stuff. How do you sharpen a body reamer? It's information they don't want you to know, man. I want you to keep on buying them, man. Buying them left and right, man. They're freaking reaching in your pockets, man. The simple day-to-day struggles of an aardvark. Yeah, yeah. What was that? There's a fucking Rick and Morty episode about that. We're like, there's like a Morty town, and like everybody in the town was Morty. Like, no, everybody, you're all the same person. You're just Morty. Am I Morty? Yes, you're Morty. You're all Morty. Hey, imagine if you're like, an all-powerful being. And how did you become that way? How did you become the all-powerful being? Well, if time, space, and I don't know, existence are real, the reason that you became a single super deity is that you killed all the other ones, right? You murdered them all. You are now the supreme being, the top of the fucking heap. And then you realize that you're by yourself, right? You're alone. Your quest to be the one and only true won you nothing but a infinite life of loneliness. And the only thing you could think to do was to break yourself into 7.8 billion parts just so you were no longer alone. I wonder if breaking yourself apart would create a big bang. I like you too, Yeet. Good people. Vote for me. I'm running for president. Yeah. It's gonna be a weird place. It's gonna be a weird place to be. I'm a look. I may sound and maybe I am like a really liberal person. I am. Except for when it comes to firearms. I love me some guns. Like love them. Not because I want to kill anybody, but the same reason I like archery, because it is a skill to have and it's fun to practice. It doesn't have to be any more than that. Like if our society is having an issue with young people making a conscious decision to murder an entire school full of people, that's something we should look at. Like, not what do they use? Because maybe that's what it is. It's gotta be what they were using to kill them all with. No. Imagine being pushed so far that, or feeling like you've been pushed so far that the only solution is mass murder. like that's a big jump. And one does not make that jump overnight. There's a show, Mine Hunters. It's about like in the I don't know. I think it's from the 50s. No, yeah, like the 50s to the 90s. How the FBI put together a squad to figure out how to catch serial killers. Where did my other thing go? Oh, there's only 2. Wah, wah. But I made 3 holes. Yeah, so they put together a team and they went around looking for serial killers, and they create a profile, of talking to other serial killers, and they figure it out. You're pro capitalism? I'm not pro any ism. All right, and that's because we are an evolving species. Okay, capitalism worked for a long time. It is not beyond us to say it's not working anymore. Let's make some adjustments. There's no cap on evolution, especially social evolution. Like this, we keep on looking for another ism that's going to be the answer to the last ism, and that's not how it works. Right? We are forging forward into the darkness. Like we are not all the experience of these other isms should teach us how to create the next ism, right? It's not because people are throwing around the word socialism a lot, just tossing it all over the place, and it's a word that doesn't even mean what it used to mean. It's like fascism. Like, if you read what fascism really is, it's like it's when the government controls a certain amount of like the fucking railways and all this and that, and the next thing. Is not the same word that we're throwing around today. And that is because our perception has evolved. The socialism of the Marxist era is not the same as the socialism as we speak of it today. It's an evolved concept based on all of the knowledge that we've acquired thus far, that we can pick and choose parts and patterns of behavior that benefit us and throw the rest of it behind us. Just throw it in the trash. We don't have to it'll adopt the whole thing. Like, it's not. Yeah, well, I think what people have to realize is it doesn't matter what ism you back. What's going to work is what's going to work, and fighting it makes you the Neanderthal. Like, and especially people of I'm 53. People have to realize how what your survival instinct turns into after a certain time of your life. Like I'm well into the get off my lawn phase of my life. You know what I mean? But I have to remain vigilant and conscious of the fact that's where I am. Right? I cannot impose where I am onto people who are not here where I am. No, because capitalism is not working anymore. This is not the first iteration of capitalism. The first iteration of capitalism was the capitalism before the Great Depression. And that's why we had the Great Depression, right? That's capitalism is why we have those depressive periods, like, because it's not, again, societies and people evolve. Like, you cannot say we're going to put this one rule down and just going to stay like that forever. It's just not the way the world works. It's just not the way anything works. Everything changes. So to say that we should continue with capitalism or continue or switch to socialism, it's not a light switch situation. You know what I mean? We can be both capitalists and socialists and Buddhists and nationalists and unitists all at the same time. Because we are not a rigid thing. We're not a stick. We're not this. We're not a marker. A marker is going to be a marker till it runs out and you throw it in the trash. This is not us. We have the ability to think. It's like, okay, capitalism is good, right? It was good, but there are some parts of it that are not good. Like the fact that, like, I think it was about 10, 15 years ago, corporations were trying to become a voting entity so that the corporation could vote itself. The corporate entity, IBM, had a vote. Like they could, I could put in my ballot and say, this is the will of IBM. I would like this person to be in office. That sort of behavior is why like, or proof that capitalism has peaked. Like we cannot continue to do that. What we basically did is we created choruses, people. Like, yeah. What I'm trying to say is the corporation is not an entity. It's not anything. It's an amoebic structure that we created to distribute wealth, right? And it turned into something completely different. Its only purpose, much like AI, its only purpose is to consume money. Like it is made to collect money. And somehow it got disconnected from the fact that money was made, they were making money so that all of us could work for the corporation and we would all have money. Now the corporate entity is its own thing. It wants its own money. It is power incarnate. It is, and money, funds, gold, silver, dollar bills, credit, whatever you want to call it, is finite. By definition, it's finite. At some point, all of those entities are going to eat all there is to be eaten. And then what will they do? They will start to eat us, right? And then after they're done eating us, the only thing that will be left for them to do is to eat each other. That's also the story of the seraphim. Boom, boom. Yes, I'm not saying money. Money is not the problem. Okay, money is not the problem. Having a currency based on your ability to aid society as a whole is not a bad concept. That is not capitalism. That is not what capitalism is. Like there is a monetary system in communism. There's a monetary system in socialism. There is a monetary system in pretty much all the other isms. It's not money. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is initially what it was supposed to be is a individual, a person, like hands, feet, a voice, and a fucking end date, right? A person can work really hard and amass all that they can, right? So that they could start controlling the other things that helped other people do the same thing. But somewhere along the line, we disconnected the individual from the corporation, probably for legal reasons. And that is the larger problem. The corporate entity is the problem. Most people would know that the monetary system is finite. You'd be like, let's say Elon Musk, one of the richest people in the world, right? He's one of the richest people in the world. The richest corporate entities out there would bury him. Elon Musk has an expiration date. He's going to die. But the entity that controls the funds that he thinks he has will live forever and try to consume more and more hundreds of years after he's dead. And that is the problem with capitalism. The mindless money swallowing entity that is business. And when you look at it even slightly in the way that I'm explaining to you, there's no human fault. There's not a person that's, oh, I am the guy holding all of the money. Oh, it is not. It is the institution of monetary based consumption systems. Why is the price of oil so high? Not because there's this much oil or that much oil, because the corporate entities require a growth rate. It used to be a growth rate was a decade, right? If you saw 10 years of monetary growth, very small, that was called success. Now, 10 years after that, the entity said, if this is success, next year, this is success. All right, I need to be making the same amount I made the last 10 years every 5 years. And then it became every 2 years. And then it became every quarter. I need to be generating wealth at the same rate I was 20 years ago now. Right now. And the increase of that capitalist sort of devour system, again, the resources are finite, right? You can only squeeze people so much and get the money out of them before there's no more people to squeeze, right? Like before the Industrial Revolution, everything was made by hand, right? And the only people that could afford the things that were made by hand were ultra rich people, right? So there's this huge disparity between like the super rich and everybody else. Everybody was pretty much living on doo-doo street. And they figured out, like, so basically the capitalist system had squeezed so much out of these people that there was nothing left to squeeze from them. And then the reality of the fact that money doesn't mean anything, coupled with the fact there's only 5 people with all of it, the whole thing collapsed. Because, reality, that's why it says in God we trust on the dollar bill. Because we are trusting in the concept of a monetary system. And again, the monetary system itself is not capitalism. That's a social construct, capitalism. And in the sense where we agree that, we're going to allow this to happen because, maybe one day it'll be my turn, right? I'll be the rich guy and I'll be making the rules and having the butlers and the big cars because everybody thinks it's going to be their turn. And that's not how it works. And a lot of how we behave as a society is based on not equality necessarily, but the belief that everyone is going to be a slave master one day. It's like, oh, it's okay that I'm a slave down here because one day I'll catch that break and the wind will go under my sails and I'll fly way up to the top. I'll win the lottery and I'll be a billionaire just like them. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. because multiple reasons. Generational wealth, fucking. The giants have already seen that there's not enough food for there to be any more giants. There's a biblical story about I think it's a seraphim, like how the angels came down and taught man their ways, right? And in exchanging this knowledge with man, they slept with the wives of men. And the children that they begot were the seraphim, and they were giants, big. And for the longest time, they helped people, right? As long as people gave them what they needed. We give them whatever, and they give us knowledge or whatever, right? But the giants wanted more. They just wanted more. They wanted more and more and more and more until we couldn't give them enough to get the information or the knowledge from them anymore. And they began to devour humans. And the gods looked down upon the seraphim, and they were devouring the people. And they said that, oh, it's terrible, it's bad. We're not going to stop it, but that's terrible, it's bad. And eventually, when the giants were no longer satiated by humans, they began to eat each other. And that's why they don't exist in the world anymore. They, devoured each other, and they all died. But yeah, it's the same. I'm not saying there was actual giants. It probably weren't. It's just a metaphor for a system in which the small depend on the large for sustenance or anything. Like, we can't do that anymore. It just doesn't work that way. And we've all graduated to a place, I would like to think anyways, that we don't need to depend on anybody, because we don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. It's all about being afraid. Don't be afraid. It's going to be fine. It's going to be hard. But what is really hard? Like, nothing. Hard is the first 8 times you do it. But if you do it 8 more times after that, it's not hard anymore. It's just a thing that you do. Anyways, all right, it has been fucking 4 hours. Jesus Christ, I'm going to bed, you guys. It is 11:25. Thank you for watching. I love it when we break down into these philosophical conversations. It's like, I think I almost like that's what I want my channel to be about. The RC thing is just like a secondary thing that I do because I like working with my hands and doing stuff while I'm talking to you guys about stuff. And maybe that's what we do. This is the RC therapy hour, everybody. Come on down and get yourself some RC therapy. Doesn't cost you very much. Deuces, you guys. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you for joining me. It's for this last 4 hours of me talking yaya and goo and gaga. But tomorrow I'm probably going to jump on and let you guys see, because I didn't do the window things in this one. I have my paint, and I got my paint ready for that. So I'm going to, start all that stuff. And I'll hit you guys up tomorrow, and, maybe we get into it some more, because I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Talk to you guys later. Deuces. Make sure you like this freaking video, okay? And put comments in the comment section after it goes into live, like, whatever. You don't have to watch the whole thing. Just put comments down beneath the bottom. Just random stuff. Because that's how the algorithm works. You interact with the video, and they show it to more people, so they interact more with the video, and they stop and look at the ads. All right, guys. Good night, and Godspeed.